Thank you for joining me. I'm going to get started with OESD's Scissor Tail Stitches Merry and Bright Tiling Scene. And it's just beautiful. It'd make a great wall hanging for the holidays. So what you want to have is, number one, your printed instructions, or you can have those just on your computer. It's a lot of pages. And it has two sets in here. One is the color list for the one that is all the neutral colors, and one is the color list for the one that's the traditional Christmas red, green, silver, gold. In the back, you will see there is going to be a supply list. And so the things that you're going to need is you're going to need a roll of ultra clean and tearaway stabilizer. I've never used this before. I've always just done the baby lock because that's what we carry in the store. But I really like this because it's soft and it tears super nicely. So I'm excited to try this. You're also going to need some fusible woven. OESD does sell fusible woven in a roll. I always use Shape Flex. So I have my Pellon Shape Flex right here that I'm going to be using. And then you need your fabric. I've chosen to use, this is Essex, and it's made by, I think it's made by Kaufman. So I love this fabric. It's so rich, and it is a linen cotton blend, and embroidery looks so gorgeous on it. I'm going to be using a 5x7 hoop. I'm doing this on my multi-needle. Other thing you're going to need is you're going to need the thread. If you want, you can buy this convenient thread set right here. I love this because it's going to have all the colors in it that you're going to need, and you're not going to have to go searching for the right color. And the worst thing is if you're doing a big project and you pick the wrong green and it's just not the right shade and there's no going back. So this does all of the work for you. What I do is I get my colors out and I write the numbers on the tops of the spool, and I put it on the front and I put it on the back. That makes it easier for me to identify which color is which color without having to grab it and trying to read the number on the very top, which I find difficult. So first thing I do is I will go through and I will put all the numbers on the tops, like I said, front and back. You want a red bobbin, because putting it together, you're going to be sewing from the wrong side. And if you have the red bobbin, it is going to give you a clear, defined sew line. You definitely don't want to do it in white because you're not going to be able to tell where you're going to need to sew. So you're going to have a white bobbin. Sometimes people use water-soluble thread or invisible thread. I'm not going to be using that. We're going to be using batting when we put it all together, the backing. And then we're cutting a 1/3 yard for the binding. And then we're going to cut 4 strips with a fabric. Oh, this is for your binding. Because I am also cutting with a fabric for my front. Spray adhesive. When I use spray adhesive, I always use, and where is my spray adhesive? But I use Ganold KK 100, and I would show it to you, but I think I dropped it in the car, so let me go out and grab that. As far as needles go, I'm just going to be using the 7511s that are in the machine. If I was going to be on my single needle, meaning my luminaire, I would do the 80 sharps. And the sharps are going to just be the Microtex needles. Your expert point and press, a pressing cloth, and then the usual ruler, rotary cutter, and mat. So let me show you how I'm getting started with this. I'm going to take this. When I take these off, I always tuck them into the middle so I know what stabilizer that is. I'm going to take these and put these to the side. I've gone ahead and I measured my hoop and how much fabric I was going to need. So I have this cut. I took my Essex and I cut it 12.5 inches. And 12.5 inches is going to be the perfect amount to hoop. Because as I go, I'm going to be hooping, unhooping, sliding it along, because you get less wastage that way. So I cut this with 12.5 inches, and this is with the fabric, meaning from selvage to selvage. Now I also measured on the inside of my hoop, and the inside of my hoop is going to be about 9 inches. you could do 8.5 inches, and that is how wide I cut my shape flex. So now I have my shape flex, and I'm just going to go ahead and iron the shape flex. Let me heat up my iron down the middle of my strips of black fabric. So I'm going to unfold my fabric, and I'm going to grab my shape flex. I'm just going to put it right down the middle. It doesn't have to go edge to edge. You just want some stabilization right where it's going to be stitched. If you want to make it a little wider, you could just iron it just all the way to the back and not think about it. And just go ahead and press all the way down. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to start out with, there's 32 tiles altogether. So I'm going to do 4 strips, and when I'm done cutting my strips with the fabric and putting my shape flex on the back, I will join you back here. So I'm going to go ahead and do my first hooping. This is my disgusting spray box that I've been using for years and years and years. And I'm going to take, because you never want to spray just like on your table or anything like this, I'm going to put a little bit of spray in here. And then I'll put a little bit of spray on here. So this is all stuck together. I'm sorry if you're traumatized by seeing that disgusting spray box, but I just love that spray box. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hoop. Make sure. And this is tight because I'm using my, I'm going to have to open this up a little bit. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. I'm going to try 3 turns. Okay. I'm almost in. I honestly hoop on the ground because I take a knee and I will force it in. Let me open it up just a little more. I'm so close. I want it to be super snug. There we go. So now it's going to be a good fit. I'm not going to have to adjust that. It should just be fine. Okay, let's go over to my multi-needle. And here we go. I'm going to go ahead and put my hoop on. I already have mine sized. I have a white bobbin in, although I am going to change that out. I'm going to change that out when we do my last stitch out. And let's get this over here. And I think my thing has fallen asleep. So my screen is up. I'm going to pull up my design. And remember, you have 2 sets of designs here. The first one is the neutrals, and then I'm going to go about halfway. Then it's going to switch over, and you're going to see these are going to be colored ones. So I'm doing these one at a time. I'm going to go ahead and put this one in. And I have my hoop going horizontally, so I have to take this and rotate it. So I'm going to go ahead and first set it. I'm going to rotate it, 90 degrees to the left. Doesn't really make a difference. And I'm going to say okay. Now I'm going to program my colors. And these, if you look at your color list, these are only, I think this one's going to be 3 different colors. So you want to go ahead and go to page 19 if you're doing the ones that have the colors. And this is tile number 1. It wants the green bubbles, which is 5832. And I have that color right up here. This is my 5832. You can see, I can see it because I wrote the number right there. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm not changing size or anything else. I'm going to hit end edit. And I'm going to do, manual color sequencing. So let me make sure that's on. If you have a multi-needle, you're just going to go to your settings. And it is on page 5 of 7 for me. Mine is on. And now I can send this wherever I want. Right now it's saying that it's going to needle 1. But if you look up here on needle number 1, I have white. I have black on needle number 2. I have gray on needle number 3. So I need to send this to needle number 4. I'm just going to take this and hit 4. And you see that switches. My white is on needle 1. So it wants to go to needle 2, but I'm going to send it to 1. And my black is on needle 2. It wants to go to 3. I'm going to change it to 2. And we are ready to go. Last thing I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to put a pause. And you can see the little hand popped up. Do you see that? Let's see if I can zoom in for you. So right here, there's the pause is gone. I'm going to add the pause. There's a hand. It's going to stop. And I'm going to go ahead and put my red bobbin thread in for the last stitch out. And we're good to go. I'm going to say okay. Embroidery. And I'm already at 1,000 stitches per minute. I'm going to unlock and hit start. And it's going to go. So it is going to go ahead and do the green, the white, and then it's going to stop when it gets to the black so I can put in the red bobbin. And that's going to be 8 minutes of stitching. I will come back once we're ready to do that bobbin change color. So my stitch out has finished the white and the green. And if you look right here, it looks absolutely amazing. And now it just wants to do the black outline. So remember, we're going to put in a red bobbin. And that way when we go to sew it together, it is going to be easy to see the sew line. So I'm just going to switch out my bobbin. I'm using Magna Glide here. And this is just a regular red L bobbin. I'm going to put this in here. It's like the old-fashioned bobbin cases. Make sure I have enough of a tail. If you're on a multi-needle, you want to have like at least 4 or 5 inches. Pop it underneath. And I'm ready to go. All I need to do is unlock and hit start. My red is already, or my black is already up there. It's going to be black on top, red on the bottom. And I'm just going to let it stitch. And then we will go ahead and do our next hooping. And my screen says finished embroidery. I'm going to say okay. And let's go ahead and bring this over to my hooping area. Take this out and we'll do the next square. So I'm all about assembly lining, and I'm just going to take my stabilizer and cut these in 12-inch strips. Or actually 12.5 inch, and then I'll have a big stack of them, and this is what I'm going to use. I'm using this and I'm folding it in half for each one of my hoopings. So I'm going to just do probably, I don't know, let's do 10 of them. You're going to need, was it 32? I think there's 32 different hoopings. So you can do as many as you want, or you can do this while it's stitching. I'll just cut 2 of them for right now. And then while it's stitching, I'll cut the rest. So again, I'm using 2 layers of this. I'm just going to fold it over. It's kind of a tight fit, but I'm okay with that. If you're not comfortable with that, then just use bigger pieces. I'm going to fold that. All right. Because we want a double layer. So I'm just folding these in half. And this one is done, and it's gorgeous. So with each one, because I don't want my stabilizer from the back of this to get into the way. So if you look at the instructions, it's going to tell you, let's turn to the right page. Using a rotary cutter and a ruler, trim each block to 1/2 inch from the seam line. Remove excess stabilizer from the outer edge of the block, but leave it inside the stitch seam, okay? So I'm going to pop this out, and I'm going to go ahead and remove. So here is the stitch seam right here and here, and it said to leave it, but we're going to remove it from the outer edge. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And this stuff it just tears away so nicely, and it's so soft. I just can't describe it, but it's super soft. We're going to go ahead and see how that red line is so important. Do you see the red line here? So it's going to make it so much easier when we go to sew it to have that red line there. So we're going to go ahead and take that out. That way it won't get in the way of our next hooping. And let's go ahead and do our next hooping. You see there's tons of stabilizer here, so we're good to go. You don't need to cut that shape flex so large because there's going to be a decent amount of waste. So let's go ahead and do our next hooping. So I'm going to get my handy dandy spray box. I'm kind of embarrassed now that you're seeing this. Maybe I should get a different spray box. First, I'm going to spray these 2 layers together. You don't want too much, and I'm just spraying it lightly. I'm going to fold it down. And what's the benefit of doing it like this in long strips is that you're not going to waste as much fabric. So I'm going to go ahead and fold this over here. Put this right here. And then I'm going to do my next one. Okay, so I'll move this out of the way. I guess that spray box would be my dirty little secret. Now you all know about it. Put this down. Gonna lay this down. You need 1/2 inch. You need a 1/2 inch, but you're gonna see my hoop edge, and there's a good full inch there. So we should be good to go. That's good. Feels nice and stable. And we are good. And there'll be definitely 1/2 inch there, and then the box, there'll be a 1/2 inch here. But we're going to not have so much waste on either side if we were going to be doing our hooping. If we were going to hoop each one individually and cut it. So let's go ahead and go on over to the machine again. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to slide my hoop back on. I'm going to fluff the back part. Make sure this isn't tucked under and it's not getting stitched down. Remember, I have my red bobbin in from when I was doing my last stitching, so I'm going to take that out and change that back out to white. And at some point, you're going to leave the red in, and you're going to do a whole stitch out with the red. But it's the back side, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference. I think I did that with one of my Starry Night. And I wish I could, this is as far as my camera will come over. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go home. And I'm going to go back in here. Merry and Bright. Remember, we're doing the second one. And that is block 34. I'm going to go ahead and set it. end edit, change to a bigger embroidery frame. That just means I have a screw that, oh, you know what it is? Sorry, I didn't rotate. So let's go ahead and rotate 90 degrees. And now hit end edit. I'm going to do my manual color sequencing. It wants color, let's get our color list. So it wants the red bubbles, which are number 1753. If you look on my, you can see it right there. That one's 1753. It's on needle number 5. So I'm going to go ahead. It wants to go to needle number 1. Let me zoom in for this part. I'm going to send it to 5. And then white is on needle number 1. Black is on needle number 2. And I also have to put a pause in here to put my red thread in. So I'm going to put a pause right here, and you see the hand popped up. We're going to say, okay, embroidery, unlock, and start. And that's it. How amazing is that? This is going to be 6 minutes. So this tile scene, I had some of the embroideries for Starry Night that were 60 minutes a piece. I feel like I'm just going to be able to do this all tonight. I'm excited. I'm going to pause it, and then I will join you back here once I am ready to put my black thread back in. I feel like this is going to be so quick. So you can see this one is done with the red and the white. It paused for me. I'm going to go ahead and change out my bobbin. I'm going to put my red one in. I'm going to hit start. It's going to do that final stitch out, and then we'll unhoop and do the next one. And this is going to be the same thing if you're on your single needle, if you're on your Destiny or your Dream Machine or your Solaris. Same procedure, except you're going to have to do some color changes in between. Let's go on over to my hooping area. While I was waiting, I cut a whole bunch of these. So I'm going to go ahead and unhoop. And you see I have plenty of space in between. I could get those even closer together. I'm going to remove this. And I'm going to just leave these on this roll, and I will do all my trimming all at once. After I finish a row, then I'll go ahead and I will remove my, after I finish a row, then I'll trim everything up. And there's that beautiful red line on the back that's going to make it so easy for you to stitch it together. And we're going to hoop the next one. So let's get my spray box. I'm going to spray these two pieces together. This is just my favorite spray, KK100. You do not have to use this. You could use, I think it's 505, people like that. And I think we had some other spray in the store. Sometimes I just like to check things out. Go ahead and lay this down. I'm going to spray right here. And take this and just butt it up against the last one. And my hoop. Now that we sized it that first time, we shouldn't have to size it again. So I'm going to lay this down, put this in it, feel that. I'm a little cockeyed, I can tell. Okay, you want it snug. We are going to press these, but you want it as snug as you can get it. I'm hooped and ready to go. Let's go back over to the machine. All right, So let me zoom in a little bit for you. We're finished embroidering. I'm going to say okay. I'm going to hit my home button. And I think it's design 35 is next. So let's go ahead, Merry and Bright. If you want, you can cross them off as you go. We're going to do 35. Go ahead and set it. And we need to rotate. You can see the outline of the hoop right here, and it doesn't quite fit. So we're going to rotate, whoops, reset 90 degrees to the left is what I like to do. Actually, that's upside down, but it's okay. I'm going to hit OK, and I'm going to hit End Edit, and this is where I can do my manual color sequencing. I'm going to hit that. So it wants Coronation Gold. So get your color list. So Coronation Gold, and I'll see if I can turn on that light so it's not glaring in your eye. That is color, here we go. Sorry about that. Refocusing. Hang on, let me get this to focus. Okay, so we are going to do, there we go. Color 0310. So if you look over here on the top of my machine, I think I put them all in order. So there's 0310, 1840. These are going to be the upcoming colors. So that's on needle 6 and so on and so forth. So now all I have to do is go ahead and program them. And 310 is on needle 6. Right now it wants to go to needle 1, so I'm just going to put 6. White is number 1. This one is color 176 right there. And 176 is, I have that on needle 9. White goes back to number 1. Pastoral green is 5832. I have that on needle 4. Coronation Gold again is 310. And then black is going to be needle number 2. And of course, I'm going to put my pause in right there too, so I can change out my bobbin. Let's go ahead and change my bobbin out right now. So, but how nice is that I'm going to have all these color changes right here and I don't have to do anything. If I had 10 colors totally, then I would program them so I wouldn't have to go in and do my manual color sequencing. But I think there's something like 15 different colors in this. So I'm going to pop my hoop on. Make sure you fluff this out of the way because you don't want it to get stitched down. It fits right over. I'm going to hit embroidery. And it is ready to go. This is 9 minutes. So I'm going to just feel around to the back, make sure everything looks good. And let it do its magic. And we'll come back over. Oops, look, I'm not threaded. So I'm going to go ahead and stop it. Let me rethread this really quickly. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go back to the beginning of that. So just going to hit this and hit that. Goes back to the beginning. Unlock. Let's give it one more try. There, that one worked that time. And I'm just going to let it go for the next 9 minutes. All right, so that stitching is done. I'm going to, it's stopped for me, so I'm going to go ahead, change my bobbin out. I'm going to put my red one in. While it's been doing this, I've been just cutting and folding my stabilizer pieces. And now I can just go over here, unlock, start. It's going to do the final stitch out, and then we'll go ahead and take it over and remove the stabilizer. Look how fantastic that looks. take it off. Come on over here. Sorry, just gonna get my... Okay, we're gonna pop it out. Remove your stabilizer. And you need an inch between each embroidery. So as long as you have an inch between, you should be good to go. I hooped that one a little crooked. It's okay. There's my inch, so we're going to be fine. Throw away your excess stabilizer, and let's rehoop. I've got a stack of pieces now. I'm going to go ahead and spray these two together. Put this down. Gonna line this up with the last one that I embroidered. And let's put it in the hoop. So we are all adhered together. Let's go ahead and hoop. Outer hoop. So it's backwards on a multi-needle. Outer hoop goes down first. And inner hoop. Whoops. It's my head hitting the filming arm. Come on. Okay. It's a lot easier with the knee. All right. And let's go to the machine. I'm going to go ahead. Let's put the hoop on. This is designed for, so I'm going to go here, let's blow it up a little, see if I can turn my arm so you can see better. There we go. So I'm going to go home. Is it okay to cancel? Yes, it is. Merry and Bright. So that was 3, now we are on 36. Set. And edit. Whoops. I keep forgetting I need to rotate. And edit. Okay. White is on number 1. We can leave that. This green. Need your color list. So my green, and I just want to confirm the color. That is 5832. That's on number 4. The next one is 1805. That's on, do I see 1805? I do. I need to move the thread and rotate it towards me. So, here we go. There we go. 1805 is on needle 8. 1840 is on needle 7. White is number 1. That yellow gold is metallic gold detail 7001. So that is on needle number, I have that on needle number 10. Let me just make sure. Yeah. So that is that one. This one's needle number 10. The gray, that's metallic silver, 7005. I have to put that on there. I don't have it on there. So I'm going to put that, though. It's going to be on needle number 9. This is needle number 2, and I need to put a pause right here, and we are good to go. Before I do all of that, I am going to change out that one color. This is how we do it. So I'm going to put that here on this one. So I'm going to just go ahead and I'm a thread breaker. Here's my silver. I'm using my King Star for this. I just find that I can just run it full speed and it works out perfectly. So you don't have to retie everything when you're doing your multi-needle. That's number 9. I just pull my thread right down here and I'm just going to pull until the knot comes out right here. I'm going to switch this over, hit this, go to needle number 9. It's going to take me to needle number 9 and I'm going to put my threader forward. And I know you can't really see this because it's under the machine, but I'm just going to go up and around and thread. But how much easier is it to just do one needle than have to change out every single needle all the time? I don't know how you can be bothered with that. So I'm done. I'm going to say, okay, I've got all my colors going where they're supposed to be going. I have my one pause here. Oh, I didn't put my white bobbin back in. So let me do that. Take out my red. Like I said, at some point you're going to forget and you'll do a whole stitch out with the red. In that case, when you get to the last one, you should change it to white so you can see your stitch line. My red's in there. I'm going to go ahead and hit unlock and start. Go to an embroidery screen. Have to go out of here, embroidery, unlock and start. And again, I'm going to just stitch out. So I think you get the picture. I will do the next thread color changes. I'll do one more, but then I'm just going to stitch everything and I will join you back here again once I've done my first strip and I'll show you how to cut them all apart. All right, I'm ready to switch out my bobbin. We're going to do the last color. So that was 18 minutes of stitching where I was not involved, and it was 7 color changes. This is the 8th one. These are the advantages of a 10 needle. I was just upstairs hanging out. So I've got my bobbin in. I'm going to unlock, hit start, let it do the black. We'll go ahead and pull out all of that stabilizer. Let's go to the hooping area. Okay, so unhoop. Let's remove our tearaway. Let's do our next hooping. If you look at this, you're going to see I patched this. I keep all my pieces of Shape Flex. And so So when I'm doing projects like this, I can just kind of iron them all together, and I keep little strips and I just piece the backs of them. So I'm going to grab my spray box. Grab a piece of my stabilizer. And I can push it down. That's the advantages of my spray box too, is there's so much adhesive on it. Put my fabric in here. I spray it right here. Put this up against last embroidery. Grab my hoop. I can kind of feel underneath right where that is. There we go. Just leaning into it with all my weight, and I think we're good. I'm going to take this on over to the machine. Before I forget, first thing I'm going to do is change out my bobbin. Got my red one in here, so I'm going to pop that out. Put the white back in. I love the Magna Glide bobbins because you can't put them in backwards. Make sure you have a little bit of a tail. Okay, I'm going to go embroidery. We are done with that one. We've done 4, so we're on our 5th one. So 33, 34, 35, 36. We are on 37. So I'm going to go ahead and select 37, set it, rotate. I'll go 90 degrees over again and end edit. And then we will do our color sequencing. And we have 8 different colors here. So we know number 1 is white. That's on needle number 1. Pastoral green is going to be needle number 4. Candy apple red. Let me refer to my color chart. Make sure I'm programming this right. So here's my thread chart. And we are on... this one right here. So white is needle number 1. 5832 is for 1805 is needle 8. 1840 is needle 7. 176 is the color I just took out. I'm going to go ahead and put this back on. I'm going to put it in. So when I'm doing stuff like this, I'll look ahead. So I'm going to look ahead in my chart and see what else is coming out. If that silver's not coming up for a while. Metallic. I don't see it. So I'm going to put this back on needle number 9. And this is just kind of how I do it. I'm just giving you the real life play-by-play. There's my metallic on number 9. I'm going to put this 176 on here. Remember when I first started working at the store and Peter used to always break thread, and I thought, ooh, that just seems like so hard on the hands. And then I started breaking thread all the time too. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and take this over here. That's your threading button. Going to go to needle number 9. I'm going to pull down here. I already tied my thread off. You pull at the needle. You can grab it. Pull until the knot comes through. There it is. put your threader forward, right to left, up and around, and then it threads it for you, and we are done. Okay, I'm going to get out of this screen because I've threaded my needle number 9, but that is right now needle 5. I'm going to send that to 9. White is 1. Light gray is, let's see, we are back here. So, is this the right one? No, we're up here. Oh my goodness. Metallic silver is there. Now I gotta put that back. I'm just gonna put that on needle number 10. I'm gonna pause while I do. Okay, I switched out my thread. I put that metallic on needle number 10. I'm gonna go back here, and so light gray, they're calling it light gray, but if you look in your instructions, it's saying right here, metallic silver detail, 7005. I'm using Kingstar. So that is wanting to go to needle 7. I'm sending it to needle number 10. My black is on number 2, and I'm going to put a pause in here so I can change that. Now you see the little hand. Now I can change that bobbin thread to red. I'm going to go ahead and slide on my hoop. Here we go. And it's up to you. Now I have a bunch of fabric going this way. I have a bunch of fabric going this way. The hoop can be slid on in either direction. Since there's not as much fabric this way, I'm going to switch my direction up. Make sure that that fabric is not folding under, which it's not. And I'm good to go. Last thing I have to do is hit embroidery, unlock, hit start. And I'll join you back here. This is 18 minutes of stitching. I'll come back here for the very end. We'll tear off our stabilizer, and we're just going to continue this row. When I do the last rows, I'm probably not going to film that because I think you're getting the picture by now. But we'll go ahead and I'll show you how to put it all together. So did all this gorgeous stitching. I'm going to change out my bobbin. Looks amazing. I'm going to put my red bobbin in. Make sure my tail is long enough. I'm going to unlock, start, let it stitch out the outline. Okay, let's pop it out. Let's go back over here to my hooping area. Let's pop this out of the hoop. Remove the stabilizer. And it looks like, I think I'm only going to be able to do one more hooping. Let's get the box. I'm going to push this down here. Oops, that was premature. Bring it back. Okay, spray right here. It would be so awesome if I could do 2 more hoopings, but I don't think that's going to work. Maybe, we'll try. hoop. Okay, let's pop this back in. I think I'm not quite straight. Hang on. Going by feel. Have that here. There we go. All right, got to open it up a little bit. I was leaning in as hard as I could. There we go. All right. Pull that taut. We're good to go. Let's go back to the machine. First thing I'm going to do is change out my bobbin. I feel like that's the first thing you should do always so that you don't forget. And you can see I'm almost done with this one. Now we are going to program. So I'm going to go ahead and go home. And we're going to go back to Merry and Bright. That was number 5 that I did. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're doing this one right here. I can just kind of confirm that. Yep. Set it. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees and edit. Color sort. So our colors are going to be, this is this one right here. So first I need 1753. 1753 is on needle 5. That goes to needle 5. Next one is 1805. That is needle 8. The next one is 1840. 1840 is on needle 7. Cool gray. Cool gray is 108. And I think this one up here is 108. Let me just check really quickly. That's my cobblestone. I love this color. Yes, it is. I don't have it written on the side, and I should. That's why you want to write it on the side so you don't have to go over there and check it out. So that is on needle number 3. Chrome. Chrome is light gray, 176. That's on needle 9 for me. White is on 1. Black is on 2. And we need to put in a pause right there. We are ready to go. This is going to be 18 minutes of embroidery. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit unlock and start. And this is really funny, but look, I never slid my hoop on. So good thing I caught that, because it would just, machine doesn't know if your hoop is on like your sit-down machine. It would have just started stitching and it probably would have hit my hoop edge. And I'm just going to make sure the whole back piece of fabric is not getting caught. It is not. Now we're ready. And I'll join you back here for the last step, when we change our bobbin. And I think we might be able to get one more hooping. Let's keep our fingers crossed. I am on my black outline, so I'm going to change my bobbin thread. And then, like I said, I am going to try and see if I can squeeze in one last hooping. So over here, I've got that in, unlock, start. This is going to be the outline stitch. Then we'll remove our stabilizer. We'll go ahead. I'm going to pop this out. All right, we're going to try and do one more hooping. Let's do it. Let's see if we can squeeze it in there. I'm going to grab one of my pieces of pre-cut. I'm going to take advantage of my sticky spray box. That down. Be great if we could do one more hooping. I think it's going to be a stretch, but I'm just going to make it happen. Oh, we're good. And then we'll count, but I think that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're going to need, if it's 7, let me get this out of the way. 7. So you're going to need 4.5, or we'll just call it 5. How about we turn this the right way? 5.5 black with the fabrics. Hang on, I need a little more leverage. Okay, there we go. And let's go ahead and put it on the machine. I'm going to change out my bobbin thread. And this is the last one I'm going to stitch out with you. After this, I'm going to go ahead and just stitch all of my my tiles out. But I'm going to show you how to trim these. Go ahead and slide this on. Remember last time? I almost forgot to do that. So we just did this one. We did tile 6. So now we are on 7. And you didn't see it, but I went ahead and put all of the right colors up on the top. So I do need to rethread a couple of them. So to rethread, you're just going to go in here to this button. I need to redo needle 10. So it's going to move it to needle 10. I already put it on and tied it off, so I'm just going to grab my thread until my green. These were all different greens I needed to put in. Hit my threading button. There's a threader that came down, and I just go up and around this, and that's threaded. I need to do needle number 6. Same thing. I am just going to grab the thread at needle number 6. Oh, that feels really loose. I'm going to tighten my tension on that. Where's the green? There it is. Thread her forward. And the last one I need to do is needle number 4. I'm going to grab my thread at needle number 4. There we go. Bring my threader forward. And I don't have to rethread everything, but we're good to go right there. So I'm going to say okay. And we're going to load design number 7. So I'm going to go home. Merry and Bright. Let's go to the middle. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one's going to have a bunch of green. So I'm going to set it, rotate it, say okay, and edit. And now let's do my colors. And here we go. Let me blow it up a little bit. So this one is number 7 right here. Let me see if I can get that to focus. So my first color is going to be 1805, which is, that is on needle 8. So that's going to be 8. Then I need to do 1840, that's needle 7. The next one is 108, that's needle 3. That chrome, which is 176, that's needle 9. White is 1. Okay, here are my greens. The first green is 5722. 5722 I put on needle 10. The next one is 5555, and that's on needle 6. And the next green is 5643, and I put that on needle 4. Okay, now I have to toggle down a little bit. Back to, there's some repeats, so I don't have more than 10 colors. There are 14 color changes, but there's only 10 colors. Cool gray, which is cool gray. It is 108, and again, 108 is on needle 3. Candy apple, that one is 1805. That's on needle 8. Pink ornament, 1840 is on needle 7. White is on needle 1. Chrome, which is 176, is needle 9. And this is on black, which is needle 2. And put your paws in. Okay, so we have here 14 color changes, 29 minutes. It's going to do all that stitching without me. The only thing I'm going to have to do is, oh, my threader's not back. I was wondering why I didn't have my lock and unlock button. So I'm only going to have to get involved when we get all the way down to the last step color 14, which is black. So I'm just going to go ahead and start. Machine is going to do everything. And then we'll cut these all apart. All right, we are going to, look how gorgeous that is. And those greens are just absolutely beautiful. That's why when it comes to these tile scenes, I just stick to the colors OESD recommends. I just feel like my eye is not as good as the person who digitized this design. Okay, so I have my red in. I'm going to go ahead and unlock and do that last stitch out. And then we're going to trim up all of these squares. Come on over here. Let's unhoop. Get rid of all this stabilizer. We're going to trim and we will press this. I'm going to press it into my wool mat. But you can also use a Perfect Press, the pressing cloth by OESD, which I love. And the best thing about it is it's only $6, so the price is right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn on my iron. So let's get my iron going. And we're going to trim these up right now. It's going to be easier to trim it from the back side, just because you can see the red line. And we're trimming to 1/2 inch. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on this part. I love this. This is my Creative Grids ruler. And what I love about it is you have 1/2 inches in black and whole inches in white. So the markings are great. And then they're anti-slide because they have grippers on them. So let's go ahead and look at our directions one more time just to make sure we have all of this right. Using a rotary cutter and ruler, trim each block to 1/2 inch from the seam line, which is what we have in red. Remove excess stabilizer. We already moved that or did that, but leave it inside the seam line. Press each block face down into a perfect embroidery press cloth. Tip, after you finish each tile, place the number of the design on the block to help identify, which I think is such a great idea. So I've got to have my Sharpie right here. It'll be easier to do it as we go rather than doing them all at once. So I'm going to go ahead and cut these all down. 1/2 inch. So you're just going to put it right there on your red line. And do you see how much easier it is to do it with the red line as your guide than one of the white lines? Can't even imagine doing that. Well, I've done it before. I don't even know what I'm saying. Because when I did my first tile scene, I didn't even think about doing that. I can't remember if that was in the directions or not. So I'm going to go ahead and cut all of these down. And if we're cutting from the last one to the first one, this one is number 7. Let's just mark them now. This is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now I'm going to go ahead and press them. You don't want to press too much because you don't want all that fabric to move. And this is a wool mat here, but I like my wool mat a little cushier. So here is my wool mat. I'm going to go ahead. My iron is nice and hot. I'm going to spray it from the back a little bit. You want to use something. You don't want to just do it dry. So this is some Best Press Interior Magic. Normally I would just do Best Press, but I left that at the store. I was using it. And this will make it nice and crisp. And look how gorgeous that is. So a little prep, a little love will give you these gorgeous squares. Just pressing it into, I'm going to press it from the front too. Look how absolutely beautiful that is. Okay, so just go ahead and press them all. Like my iron just kind of caught there. All right, that was the first 7 tiles. And so I'm going to go ahead and I am going to do, there's 32 of them, so I have 25 left to go. So I'm going to go ahead and bust those out, and then we will reconvene here, and I'm going to show you how to sew them all together. So I'm going to get ready to finish up Merry and Bright. And if you look at your instructions, it's going to tell you to sew your The quilt is assembled in sections of 4 blocks, and these are stitched together to form the quilt. Focus on blocks that have important details such as text. So what I have here is I've already went ahead and divided everything out. And when they say 4 blocks, hang on, let me just adjust my camera so it's not all wonky like that. I grouped them like this: 1, 2, 9, and 10. So this section, this section, this section, this section, and so on and so forth. So if you recall, when we did these, we went ahead and we marked them all. And that's 9 and 10, and this is 1 and 2. So I'm going to go ahead and sew these together. You're going to want all of your finished blocks. I pressed all of these before I started, and you know, they look so good to begin with. I was tempted not to press them, but I think that extra press is going to help. I'm going to be piecing with Wonderful Deco Bob and a matching bobbin. I'm going to quilt with Monopoly in Smoke. So they have Monopoly in 2 different colors, clear and smoke. So if you're doing darker colors, you want to be using the smoke. I don't think there's any better Monopoly or this invisible monofilament thread than the Superior. I think it really is the best. For pressing out my seams, I'm going to be using the fat end of my Perfect, is this called the Perfect Press and Point. And I also have this, which is I think this is Clover, and it's just a seam press. To sew with, I am going to be using my dual feed, which is my walking foot. And I have marks on this. That is my Monopoly coming up here. So this is going to be my 1/4 inch mark right here that I'm going to be using. I'm also going to be using my Stitch in the Ditch foot for when I quilt it all together. And then I have batting and I have backing fabric that I'll show you. But let's go ahead and start with this. You also want a nice straight pin. So you could either use a flower head pin, or what I don't like about this is that it will push your fabric as you're putting it through. I also have my patchwork pins right here. So if you look at our design, we have 1 and 2. I'm just going to sew 1 and 2 together and 9 and 10 together. So here is 10. And let's make sure it's the right way. And this is 1. So here's 1. Here is 2. And here is, so it's a 4 block, just like this. I'm going to sew these 2 together first. So I'm just going to fold it over. I'm going to grab my flower head pin, which I've already lost, and I'm going to poke it into the corner. So I want to just poke it into the corner right here. You would think this was easier, and I'm making it look, and I'm going to poke it into this corner here. And just make sure, going through the corner on this side. There we go, kind of. There we go, got it. Use my... There we don't go. There we go, right there. Okay, so now I know where to start, and this should be a 1/4 inch. I'm going to make myself move my needle drop, so it's going to be a little bit to the left. Let's go over to the machine. Okay, so I'm at my machine now, and I have my corner matched right here. I have everything cut to 1/2 inch, so I'm going to trust that I did a good job cutting that. What I want to do is my needle right now is going completely center. I want to take that needle drop and I want to move it that way. So the way you do that is you use your LR shift if you have it. If you don't have it, then you use your width control. And if you go this way, which is plus, your needle goes to the left. If you go this way, which is minus, your needle goes... I said that wrong. If you go this way, it moves it to the right. And if you go this way, which is minus, then you move it to the left. So I want to move it to the left. I want to move it inside where the stitch line is. So from here, I want to move it that direction and not to the right. So I'm just going to go And these are small increments. It's not letting me do my width, but if you go this way, it's going to be increments like, 0.25 of a millimeter, which is tiny. So I'm going to go, and that's going to be a full millimeter to the left. And let's go ahead and see how that looks. And you see the needle's a little bit left of center. That is what I'm looking for. So now that I have this in place to start, I'm going to go ahead, I'm holding it nice and tight. I'm going to go ahead and remove my pin. I'm going to lay it down. And I have a projector, so I might as well, oh look, I have an update too. I'm going to turn on my projector. And there you go. Your projector is going to show you where your needle drop or where your sew line is. And I'm just going to take it. Isn't that nice? And I can shine it just left. So I'm going to start up here. I'm not going to back stitch at all because I'm starting out so far. Did I thread? Yes, I did. And I'm just going to make sure that, isn't that nice? That my stitch, my projected stitch is just to the left. And I'm going to be just to the inside. I can lay this down too. I can check here and make sure that is right on top of itself. I can match my edges. Whoa, that was fast. I better slow my roll. Go ahead and cut. And I'm just going to be just to the left of that stitch. And that's important because you want to encase those outline stitches that you have. And look how absolutely gorgeous and perfect everything looks. Looks great. So now we're going to do the next set. And that's going to be number 9 and 10. I really highly recommend that you have your instructions next to you, that you confirm that is right, and then you sew it, because who wants to rip out stitches? So I'm going to go ahead and fold that over. I'm going to grab my pin. I'm going to stick it through the corner of my embroidery. And then I'm going to stick it through the corner of this, so the bottom one. Through the corner of this. Come on. I think. All right, hang on. There we go. There we go. Got my corner. I'm going to put that through and line everything up. And I like to kind of wiggle this and just make sure it's right where it needs to be. Line up my edges. You could wonder clip if you want, or you could use your other pins. I'm going to lay this down. I want that stitch line to be just to the left. And let's start it right there. I also like to check by folding this back and make sure my stitch lines are right on top of each other, which they are. And let's continue to sew. Looks great. Open it up. Looks fantastic. Go ahead and heat up your iron. And you want to get your best press. We are going to iron these seams straight open, which I know is, when you are stitching in the ditch, you got to be careful because the needle can cut those stitches as you go. But the instructions here are going to be to press your seams open. So right here it says use a 1/2 inch seam for all blocks and press all seams open. using a 1/2-inch seam, and pressing each seam open will help the quilt to lie flat when complete. And you can use the large ball end of the expert point and press tool. So my iron is heating up right now. We're going to go ahead and open this seam up. I like to just drag my finger across, and you can take the large ball end and kind of press that open. Mine is laying so nice and flat. And then you have this wonderful seam press. I'm going to go ahead and open these up. And once we press it open, it's going to be even that much more magnificent. So you will have some stitches in there, but it's just nice. I do prefer this. I'm just going to use this. If you want to use the expert point and press, you can. And I'm going to get my best press. I'm just going to go ahead and shoot some spray in there. Look how gorgeous and flat that is. It is so absolutely perfect. My seams are absolutely perfect. So I'm going to put that one to the side. Let's go ahead and spray this one. You may have to rip one out. It may come out not perfect, and it'll be worth it to take the time. I mean, I definitely have to spend some time ripping out some seams. This one looks gorgeous too. And these two are done. Now I'm going to go ahead and put these two together. Let's make sure. And I can tell right now that's the way they're going to go. Okay, so I'm going to match up my center seam because that is going to be the best. Okay. I'm going to wonder clip that. Here are my wonder clips. Just like to check and make sure I'm totally lined up. I'm going to put clip on either side. I'm going to check this too and just make sure my corner's totally lined up. Wrong corner. Glad I'm looking through. Perfect. And that is totally lined up. Let's go over to the machine. Oh God, let me see. My filming arm. Go ahead and line that up. All right, and I'm going to take that out. I'm going to check down here and make sure everything looks good, which it does not. Let me slide that over. Now that looks good. So don't be afraid. I call it look underneath the hood. Make sure your stitch, that outline stitch, is perfectly lined up. Take your time. Fold it back, and it looks great. Okay, let's take it and press it. So I'm going to open up this seam first, and I'm going to go ahead and use my seam press. Well, first I like to use my fingernail. That's the best seam press of all. I'm going to go ahead and press that seam open. Give it a shot of best press. Grab my iron and press it open. And how long do you hold this? Until it's dry. But before you press these, just look at it, make sure everything looks great. This is so beautiful and nice and flat. And it looks absolutely gorgeous. Okay, we're gonna do the next section. I'm gonna take this, put it to the side. Here is my next section. This is going to be, let me get my instructions here. This was such a fun tile scene, just because it was quick. I gotta admit, sometimes it's nice when they're quick. Okay, so this one here is going to be 3, 4, 11, and 12. So here's this one and this one. And here is this and this. And let's go ahead and stitch these together. So I'm going to grab these two, come over to the machine. I'm going to match these up with my pin first. Perfect. I like to kind of wiggle that and just make sure it's in place. I'm going to match up my 1/2 inch seams. And I'm going to remove the pin. Go ahead and stitch. I'm watching this. And if you don't have a projector, that's okay. You're just going to watch and just make sure that your seam is just to the left of the red line, and then you can check, fold it back, make sure that that black outline seam is going to be matching up. And don't just trust, definitely fold it back, because what if you cut just a little bit, what if your hand shifted? What if it's not completely lined up? So you want to check that on the underside as you sew. Let's fold it back. Make sure that that seam, oh, look at this. My candle is a little bit off. And if you have something like that, guess what? You're going to seam rip. Don't go ahead and just start pressing everything, because you don't want to press everything and then realize that you have to rip that seam out. And that's part of the process here. You're going to have some that don't line up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start over here when I sew it together this next time. I'm sewing with black on black, so I can pull out these extra threads later. And it's just part of the process. I'm going to line up from this side. It looks like let's match those up. I'm just going to fold this back and see if my candle's lining up. It is lining up pretty well. Just going to move it back a little bit. Okay. I'm going to flip it over and start from this side. I'm going to fold back here and make sure that my black stitch line is lined up, which it is. Oh, but look at everything is shifted. There we go. So sometimes the pin will work. Sometimes you just have to look underneath. I think I'm ready to go again. going to go ahead and start stitching. Let's go ahead and peek underneath. That's black outline stitch is matching. Perfect. And I'm just making sure I'm just to the left of that seam line. Let's go ahead and take a look. Here we go. Candle is matching perfectly. This ball is matching perfectly. Let's press it. I'm going to open it up and finger press it. Now let's press it with my seam roller. Then we'll do best press. And this is my process. I just find the more time you put into prep and finishing, the better it comes out. So why not take the time? You just spent all that time stitching this. Make it gorgeous. Look how perfect that is. Isn't that great? Okay, we're going to put these two together now. So let's go ahead and take these to the machine. All right, let's see if there's anything here that we need to line up first. So there's some text. Let's go ahead and just pull this back and make sure this looks good. There's my stitch line. It's right there. I think that's going to look pretty darn good. We're going to go 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch top, 1/2 inch side. Let's fold it back and make sure this is matched, which it is not. So I'm going to go ahead and just shift it a little bit to the left. And that should be good. Fold it back down. Make sure these sides are lined up. Make sure that's lined up. Okay, now I'm going to check underneath. That seam line looks perfect. Let's stitch, and then we'll check it as we go. I can see I'm right to the left. Start back here. I'm going to check this again. Let me get myself some more light. There we go. There we go. Okay, keep your fingers crossed. All right, I'm over too far to the left. I'm going to rip it. You know, and it's, like I said, it's just part of the process. Little far over. For some of you, that might be good enough. But I find that if you let it go with this one, then it's going to throw off the next one. Okay, let's go ahead and give that another go. Maybe we just line it up right here. Let's try that. Go all the way over here. That looks good. Looks good. Okay, let's try that again. I started kind of close to that edge, so I'm going to go ahead. There we go, looks good. Dun, dun, dun. Good. Here we go. And that looks pretty good. I could be a little further over this way, but this lines up pretty perfectly on the left-hand side, so I'm just going to let this one go. All right, let's press it. Let's open up that seam. Take my seam press. Let's roll it out. My best press. And then my iron. Let's go ahead and just looks pretty darn good. Okay, so this is going to get, whoops, wrong one. These are going to go together. I'm going to make sure that candle matches up over here, and then we match right here, but I'm going to start with the center seam. And that's what I want to go with first. So there's my center seam. Let's go ahead and put a clip on either side. And then I'm going to make sure that corner's matched up. Going to open it up this way. Make sure it looks good over here. That looks good. Okay. Let's make sure it's matched up here. That looks absolutely perfect. Let's stitch it together. I don't think I'm threaded, which I'm not. Okay, let's go ahead, rethread. Thank God for threaders. I don't think I could survive without my incredible threader. Let's try that again. Hang on, because it looks like I wasn't threaded again. All right. Start over. This is real life sewing. One more time. I'm watching down here. All right, moment of truth. Looks pretty darn good. I'm going to go ahead and press, and everything looks beautiful. So let's come over here. Let's press out that seam. Okay, seam press. Best press. Iron press. Look at all that steam coming off of there. And flip to the front. You've got this gorgeous candle. And then we can go ahead and put these two together. So we're going to be working in sections of 4. So I have 1, 2, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 2 of my 8. I'm 25% done. Next, we're going to do this grouping right here. So I have, this is, I think this is 5, 6, 13, and 14. So I've got my candle. It goes like this. And how do I do this one? This is 13 and 14. So those two go together. And this goes over here. And this goes over here. So that's going to be the next grouping. So I'm going to go ahead and sew together all of these sections. And then I will join you back when I have these 8 sections put together, and I'll show you how I'm going to put those together. It's basically going to be the same, but let's reconvene in just a little bit. I'm just looking under here and making sure that that seam line is right on top of the other seam line. Ooh, I am off. Do you see that? I am not lined up with those. Time to rip it out. How I got so off, I don't know. Fold it back and move it over. I mean, that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of this, and I'm going to cut and this thread is confusing me. Whoops. Just want to make sure that is, there we go, much better. Still need to go down. Perfect. All right, I am done with my sections. So let's lay them out. And we're going to go ahead and put them all together at this point. So this one goes here. And I know I'm going to be limited with space, but we'll do the best we can. This one goes up here. Merry and bright. This one goes right here. This one is gorgeous. Look how pretty that is. I mean, this is just absolutely beautiful. Oh, I'm missing two. Oh, here they are. Goes here, and this one goes up here. So now we're going to go ahead and put it all together. This is so gorgeous. Absolutely love it. So I'm going to work in sections. I'm going to do the top 4, and then I'm going to do the bottom 4, and then I'll put them all together. Or you could do them alongside, or however you want to do it. If you wanted to do them up and down, really doesn't make a difference. Just take your time, match it up. If it doesn't come out right, seam rip it, do it again. It's worth taking the time to do it right. Whoops. That's gorgeous. God, I love it. I love it so much more in person than not in person. I just love it. And I love it not in person too. I had no idea it was going to be even more magnificent. All right, one more seam and we are done. Lots of fabric. It's so hard to see how it's going, so I'm going to check it right now. That seam is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Check underneath. Looks good. Let's check again. I'd rather rip out a little bit than the whole thing. Let's see how we did on. It's perfect. I was checking the candle and how it came together, and it's perfect. Okay. Everything is looking great. All right, let's take a peek. And moment of truth. And that all looks pretty darn good. I'm happy. Okay, I'm going to press out this last seam and we're going to layer it and quilt it. And by quilting, I am just going to stitch in the ditch. And I know you're not supposed to stitch in the ditch when you press your seams open, but we are going to do that because otherwise this gets way too bulky. It's too bulky, so... Turn it the other direction. I just think this is so gorgeous. I have all these wall hangings. I don't know where I'm going to hang everything. But I want to hang them up in the house. I do love these tile seams. Okay, so our next step, it's so beautiful and vibrant and the colors are gorgeous. I love that we have a little bit of metallic thread in here too. There's a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold. The Merry and Bright looks absolutely beautiful. So now what's next is layering this with batting in the backing. And then we're going to stitch in the ditch. And then we'll put the binding on and we are done. So now we're going to go ahead and I'm going to quilt this. And so I've layered it. So you're going to see I have my top layer, a layer of batting, and my backing fabric, which is so cute. And I spray basted everything together. So I'm not pinning. I spray basted everything. I'm going to go ahead and start in the middle, work my way out. And in my machine, I have put in, number one, I lowered it because it's so much easier to use your machine when it is lowered into a table. So if I'm switching back and forth between embroidery, oh wait, hang on a second. This is why I've had trouble with this. Sorry about that. I had to adjust my thread stand, or not my thread stand, but my my filming arm. So like I said, it's just so much easier if you have a completely flat surface and room from behind. A table, like when I got my furniture, I was looking at all sorts of stuff and my husband goes, why don't you just buy the furniture that is made for your machine? And I was like, that's so smart. Why don't I do that? So I bought this koala table and I love it. It is a little tricky just trying to get around the filming arm and things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and start from the very top, and I'm just going to go straight down. And we will start here. I have a stitch in the ditch foot on my machine. I'm using monopoly. I have my machine set up to a straight center stitch with a stitch length of 3.0. And I'm just going to go ahead and stitch. And my eyes are staying on that flange. That's what I'm keeping my eyes on, and just making sure that flange stays buried right down that seam. I take my time. And if you come out of the ditch, you're okay because you're using monopoly, and monopoly is very forgiving. And once I had everything laid out, I realized I was off a little bit for some of my lettering, but I'm okay with that. I thought, should I rip it out? And then I said, no. Part of what I do is I make things that are imperfect sometimes, and I'm okay with that. When I was stitching it all together, I was like, perfect, amazing, look at that. And I didn't even notice. I find that my monopoly can be a little slippery, and so I like to grab it and pull it a little long again for when I get started. The worst thing about sewing with monopoly is getting it through the needle. And look how amazing that looks. I mean, you can see a little bit where I came out of the ditch, but not really. It looks so good. Alrighty, let's go ahead and let's do the next row of stitching. And it's really from an angle that you can see it. You know, the other thing you could do is you could use Deco Bob because it's an 80 weight, or you could use Invisifill. I'm going to try my Deco Bob and see how that is, if that's even more invisible. And then I will let you know, and I will put it on the supply list, but I'm going to try both. Okay, here we go with the Deco Bob in black. And I have a black Deco Bob bobbin in there too. Sometimes when it's thick, your machine does not like to thread. I'm going to move this fabric out. Okay, same thing. I am going to go ahead and stitch the next row. looks pretty darn good too. I don't know. That is really hard to decide. It just makes that seam, I feel like, look more pronounced. I'm just going to go ahead and leave the black in, and let's fold this up, and we are going to do that leftmost seam. Let's see if I can put this. I'm going to put this over here. You're going to get a little bit of a side angle, so it'll be out of my way. Pretty amazing. That deco bob is fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go start in the center and then work my way right and then work my way left. Let's go ahead and I have come unthreaded. Whoops. Did not like how thick it was. This is hard because you really have a tough time seeing this seam. How'd we do there? Looks okay. I was out of the ditch a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and just leave it. Okay, let's go ahead and do this section right here. Beautiful. Next row. Okay, let's swing it around. We're going to do this other side. Unplug. My cord. Get out of the way. And here we go. right, let's take it over to my cutting area and we're going to just trim this all up. We're going to leave that 1/2 inch and then we're going to make our binding. I would say when you go ahead and score something up like this, it's all about commitment. Just lay down that ruler and cut it and try and have things be as even as possible. But you can, when you put your binding on, you can compensate for stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim that edge off. And this is all pretty straight. Okay, so throw that away. Hopefully that hasn't been blurry the whole time for you. Let's go ahead and trim this side right here. We are almost there. So let's go ahead and make some binding for this. I was thinking I have this great green fabric right here and it goes so well with the foliage on this, and it's cute and it's got some polka dots and I think that looks really, really good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, took a little piece off of there. I'm going to take this over to my ironing board. I'm going to stabilize it. So I never just cut my fabric. I'm going to spray it with Best Press and Terrio Magic, or just Best Press, depends on my mood and what's nearby. And we need to measure this to see how much binding we need to make. So let me go ahead and get a tape measure. All right, when I measure this, I get across, let's see what we get here. So 26.5 inches. So this way you get 26.5 inches. Now we have to measure up and down. You might not see the whole thing in your camera view, but just know that I am measuring from the top to the bottom. And I get 32 inches. So we get this way 32 inches. So that means going up and down, I need times 2 is 64. And times 2 is... that's what, 53. So equals 53 inches. So 64 plus 53 is 117. And if we do width of fabric, let's say width of fabric is 40. 40 times 3 is 120, and you need a little extra, so we'll have 3 inches. We'll have a little extra because really width of fabric is probably more like 42 to 44 inches. So I'm going to cut 3 width of fabrics that I'm going to do 2.5 inches because I'm going to take it from the back and wrap it to the front to make sure that I encase this 1/2 inch mark. Okay, so let's go ahead and stabilize our fabric and cut it. All right, so I've got my Terrio Magic and Best Press in here, and I need about 7.5 inches. That's it. Let's try and cut from the end that doesn't have the big bite out of it. This is such cute fabric. I don't even know where it came from, but I love it. And it goes with so much. I was thinking about using it to finish up another tile scene that I started a while ago. So remember, we need 7.5 inches. I'm just waiting for my iron to heat up. And I'm just going to spray and press from here all the way down, and then we're going to go ahead and cut our strips. And then I'm going to press it. Just waiting for the iron. This is cute. And you just want to press until it's dry. And I'm really bad at pressing because I'm too impatient. I feel like you need to be a patient person to press. I iron, which means you're pushing your fabric and you're pushing the iron instead of just kind of holding it there like that. And that's okay. Just be careful if you have directional fabric. This, if you could just feel it, it's so much crisper, and I know when I cut it, the fabric's not going to get pushed all over the place. It's just going to be gorgeous. Now I have in my bottle half Terrio Magic and half Best Press. If you just use Terrio Magic, your iron, you need to let it completely dry or else your iron will stick to it. So Paula, one of our other educators, said that she mixes it with Best Press, and that it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect that way. And sometimes it gets a little flaky. It's worth it. Don't worry about that. Just flick off the flake. What this does is it stabilizes your fabric, and it makes it, it doesn't pull and distort when you're cutting and sewing and pinning. Or it doesn't cut and distort as much. There's much less of that. See, there was a little bit of flake over here, but who cares? I did a project without stabilizing my fabric, and I was so miserable. We'll never do that again. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. I am going to go ahead and fold over my fabric, and let's get everything nice and even. I'm going to have to cut off a little bit of waste here. And I have a lot of fabric dragging on the ground, so I'm going to put it on a bench. And let me get my ruler. Okay, so I have my ruler. I'm going to see if I can move this over a little bit more so it's not quite in my way. Sorry, I have to lean over so I can see. And it's not the Best angle I've ever had. Okay, there is my icky edge. And now I'm going to cut these to 2.5 inches. So there's 2.5. Perfect. And the next one, 2.5. Half, 1, 2. And the last one, 2.5. Great. We're going to take these strips and I am going to sew them together on my sewing machine. I'm going to sew them together mitered, just like this. And then I will press everything. So let's go on over to the sewing machine. I'm going to take off this foot. Let's put a regular foot on. And normally I piece at 2.0, between 1.8 to 2.0. So I'm going to take my stitch length right here, which was at a 3. That's what I will quilt at. And I'm going to go all the way down. Let's go to, I'll go 1.8. I like 1.8. Some people, they don't like that. It's a little bit too close for them, but I really love 1.8. I'm going to get my regular sole, if I can find it. And if I can't, I will use just my open toe. So here's my regular sole. This is the one that comes with the machine. I'm just going to leave the black in there. It's not going to make a difference. I could change it, but we're just going to be sewing some edges together. I am also going to turn on my projector. And let's make sure my my needle is set to 3.5. And 3.5 is just a center stitch. And I'm going to go ahead and take my first piece, which is nice and stabilized. And I'm going to take my second piece. And you've got to lay it down this way. And so from Seattle to Miami, do not do New York to LA, because it will not come out right. And you could go ahead and put some pins. I'm just going to go ahead and turn. When I'm doing something like this, I like to set my machine up to auto lift, which it's already set at. And I like to start with my needle down. And then I can go ahead and I can bed that up against, so I can figure out right where my little corner is. And then I'm going to kind of eyeball a little bit of this, but this is going to go to that corner right there. So let's go ahead and start sewing. And I am just, my eyes are staying right here on that line. And just making sure. And keep that iron hot, because we are going to go ahead and press this in half, the lengthwise hot dog, not, we're going to go hot dog, not hamburger. Let's go ahead and put the next piece down. So we're going to lay it down just like that. And like I said, if you feel more comfortable pinning, go ahead and pin. I just look at all my lines, and I'm making sure everything is perpendicular and parallel. Okay. This, I usually never just start sewing. I like to put the foot down and then lift the foot up. Gotta lower it manually when you pick it up manually. Perfect. I'm going to eyeball over here and make sure that line is headed right for that corner, which it is. If you feel like you need a mark, then use a water-soluble pen or a friction pen and draw that mark in. Wonderful. And then we're going to go ahead and cut those. My iron is still hot. We want it hot because we're going to go ahead and press this. And then I'm going to finish this up on my serger. Here I'm going to cut that about 1/4 of an inch. And don't worry about those dog ears. The serger is going to take that right off. But I am going to press these open. Let's go ahead and trim that. All right. And we're going to come back over here. Let me set up my ironing station. So I'm over here. I'm just going to press these open. A lot of times I will cut the 2 1/4, but I wanted them a little bit longer because they're going to wrap around. Pressing. That'll lay nice and flat, and I'm going to go ahead and take this one, press this one open. Okay, now that these seams are pressed open, I'm going to just iron all of this in half. So we have all of this now, and now I'm going to go to my serger. I like to sew this on. That's hot. I like to sew this on with my serger using some fusible thread. So let me just wind it up, and I will see you at the serger. So guess what I was doing the last time I was on my serger? I was binding. So I'm already set up to go. And what I do when I am going to put my binding on with a serger is I will set up for 4-thread overlock. My stitch length, I am at a 3 right now. My stitch width, I go as wide as I can go, which is 7.5. And I'm set up for a 4-thread overlock, which means my stitch selector is on A. Make sure your differential feed is on N. And the most important thing about doing this is you are going to be using fusible thread in your lower looper. And I will wrap mine up with a thread net. Otherwise, that thread sometimes loops down below. Okay? Once you do that, let me go ahead and get this set up. If I were to serge this on here, it's going to wrap around to the back side. And what happens is this 1/2 inch seam allowance, mark, whatever you want to call it, shows. So I'm actually going to put this on from the back side. You want to give yourself probably about 6 inches where you're not even serging this on. I'm going to lift up my foot, make sure my needles are in the highest position, and I'm going to wiggle my fabric in. And I call this riding the blade, but riding the blade just means that your fabric is going to be right next to the blade and you're going to barely be cutting anything. So just go ahead and serge, do your 4 thread. This is a little bit of fabric to manage, so I'm going to go ahead and fold that up a little bit. And you could wonder clip this if you want to. I don't find that I really need to do that. And you can see I'm not really cutting off anything. If I'm cutting anything off, it's very little. And I'm going to serge to about 1/4 inch away. If you feel like you need to mark it, then you could get a marker. And even when I mark it, I just eyeball it. So if this is right here, that's about 1/4 inch. You could go ahead and just draw a little mark there so you know where you're going to stop. This is when a clear foot comes in handy. Okay, I'm going to go down and up one more time. I'm going to put my foot up, lift up the toe of my foot, bend this back, and I'm going to serge right up. A lot of times when you do that, you'll get a little pinch in your fabric like this. I literally just kind of take my fingernail and just push it so it's out. Next thing you're going to do is you're going to take your binding strip, you're going to fold it back at a 45-degree angle right here. And you're just going to look and make sure that this along here should just make a straight line. So fold it back 45 degrees, and then you're going to fold it to the right 45 degrees. You're going to fold it to the left 90 degrees. So you should have a nice sharp corner just like that. And you're going to take your whole piece of, your whole wall hanging in this case. Let me fold this up. And we're going to put our foot up. Take this right to where those needles are. You don't want to go past it. And you're going to go ahead and serge this whole side. All right, here we go. However you need to hold this and manage your fabric, you do whatever works for you. We're coming up to our next corner. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to stop about 1/4 of an inch away from the end. The worst is when your mitered join happens right at the corner. And it's only happened to me like once. You can see it's almost happening right here. Okay, we're going to go 1/4 inch. When I say 1/4 inch, the needle drop will be, that looks about 1/4 inch. I'm going to go down one more time and up, foot up, lift up the toe, bend your fabric out of the way, and serge right off. You'll get a little pinch. Go ahead and just get that out with your fingernail. 45 degrees to the right. You should have a corner right there. That's how you know where you're going to bend it to. That corner in your binding should match the corner in your quilt top or your wall hanging. And then I'm going to fold this 90 degrees to the left. And then we're going to turn the whole thing. Whoops. There's my best press. I'm going to turn the whole thing. Slide it under the foot to where the needles are, but not past them. And you are just going to keep on going. And then I'm going to show you how to do the join. The join is actually going to happen partially on the sewing machine. All right, you remember what to do? We're going to stop about 1/4 of an inch from the end. That might have been more than 1/4 of an inch. Foot up, lift up the toe of your foot, bend your fabric out of the way, foot down, right off the edge. Okay, use your fingernail, get that little kink out. And we're going to go ahead and do this side. Okay, before we do that, you're going to fold 45 degrees to the right. This should be one straight line from your wall hanging to the binding. And then you're going to fold 90 degrees to the left to make a nice sharp corner. And then you're going to turn your whole project counterclockwise. Lift up your foot. Wiggle your project underneath the foot. You should be cutting very little off. Okay, and we are going to go about 1/4 of an inch away. Needles up in the highest position, foot up, lift up to the toe of the foot, bend your fabric out of the way, put down and just serge right off the edge. If there's a little pinch in your fabric, release it. I'm going to bend this back 45 degrees, and then I'm going to bend it back to the right 45, to the left 90, turn your whole project. A little bit of fabric management here. And we are going to finish this edge, and then I'm going to take it to the sewing machine to join my 2 pieces of fabric so that my binding will fit perfectly. Okay, so we are going to be putting these 2 pieces together. So what I need to do is I need to cut a piece here first, and I'm going to use that piece to measure how long I need my where I'm going to cut my fabric so I can sew it together. So let me grab a pair of scissors. And you don't need a whole lot, but I'm going to go ahead and cut off this much. You don't want to sew to the end because you need a little bit of fabric to kind of pull together. I find that if I take off too much, then I have to undo. So I'm just going to kind of serge right off. I'm going to turn my fabric and serge right off. I am going to go ahead and open this up. So from here to here is 2.5 inches. I'm going to lay it down right on here. So this is 2.5 inches this way. And I like to pull this up nice and tight, lay this down, and then I like to take this and pull this down nice and tight. And right here is where I'm going to go ahead and cut my fabric. So this will tell you exactly how long it needs to be. So lay this down here. Actually, I'm going to cut this very end off because I don't want this showing at all. Okay. So I'm going to lay this down. Here's my 2.5 inches because I had it folded this way. Push that up. Take this, pull it down nice and snug, and I'm going to trim this right across. There we go. What we're going to do is we are going to sew this end with the sewing machine. We're going to open this up. We're going to sew it to this end. And we're going to put it together. It's got to be mitered. So, and this is what I always end up doing. I end up serging this too much. I'm going to go ahead and take a couple of these stitches out. I just need a little more fabric. And if I knew where my electric seam ripper was, that's what I'd be using. That is the best for taking out serge stitches. Okay. I'm going to take this over to my sewing machine. I'm going to lay this like this. And I'm going to lay this on top, just like this. Sometimes I'll just pinch my fabric so it'll be together a little bit easier. And I am going to sew we're going to go ahead and sew from here to here. I always talk about Seattle to Miami or New York to LA because that helps me figure out if this was the US where to go. But I'm going to go from Seattle to Miami. So I'm going to put 2 pins in here, one right here. And I'm going to put one more pin right down here. And let's take this to the sewing machine. And I'm just going to sew a diagonal, just like that. Okay? I'm not going to take you with me. I'm going to go do that, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I took this over to my sewing machine, and I know it doesn't leave a lot of room, and I do have that little kink right here, but I'm not worried about this. I'm going to go ahead and trim this off, and I'm going to finger press this open. But this is how I like to finish up my binding. I used to tuck one end into the other, and you could do that too, but I feel like this is just more professional looking. I just think it looks better. All right. And then your binding strip looks like this, as though it was done beforehand. And so now we're going to go ahead and we're just going to finish serging from here all the way to where you started. Put your foot up. Needles up in the highest position. You want to start, I would start a little bit above where you ended. Let's get that out of the way. How gorgeous is that? Overlap it a little bit. Take your fabric, bend it right out of the way. And go get your iron ready. Okay, so now all we're going to do is let me cut some of this excess thread. Just going to get rid of this. You can use it. Sometimes I leave it and I just go, it's more adhesive. I'm going to cut that out of the way. This was the back side. So whatever you put in your lower looper, which is my fusible thread, now it is here on the front side because I sewed it on the back and now I'm wrapping it around to the front. And I'm just going to pull this up and over and I am going to iron it down. And it's up to you if you want to do any more than that. Sometimes when I'm doing things for the store and they're just going to be samples and I know that they're not going to get washed, this is it for me. I'm done once I iron this to the front side. But if it's going to get washed, then I do sew it down. Sometimes I'll use a blanket stitch. Sometimes I'll use, there's a decorative stitch I like in the machine. That's a triple, a single, a triple, a single. So you are just going to go around the entire quilt. When you do your corner, you're just going to, I like to take this and pull it nice and tight. I'm going to grab my iron, put it all the way to where the glue is, but not on the glue. And then we're just going to pull it up. Give yourself a nice mitered corner. Doesn't that look fantastic? It's not really going to stay. It'll stay wherever the fusible thread is. And this is what I do. I just work all the way around it. And I might put a stitch in here just so that looks gorgeous. And I'm just going to work my way all the way around. Okay, again, here's the corner. I could just use a little bit of this as glue to get the corner to stay down too. Just pull it up nice and snug for that corner. I'm just gonna put my iron in next to the fusible thread, but not on top of it. Turn. If I want, I could put some fusible right in here. Just like that. You just have to be careful. You don't get it. You get it near it, not on it. And since this is such a wide binding, I'm going to stitch this down. But you're going to see on the other side, it's pretty skinny. Skinny on this side, and it's going to be wide on this side because I cut it to that 2.5 inches. If you cut it 2 1/4, it'll be more even. And most of the time I do this, I sew it on the front and wrap it to the back. But when I'm doing these panels or the tile scenes, a lot of times I'll put it on the back and wrap it to the front because I want it to cover over that that 1/2 inch. See if we can use some of that. And see, you're going to see it's fused to right here. But you're going to need that stitch to kind of hold it down. So I actually forgot that I was still recording and I went into autopilot. But I have selected stitch 204. I mirror imaged it. So I just flipped it to the other direction. I am still projecting, and I made my length a 5 and my width a 4. So I made it quite a bit longer and quite a bit wider. And I am just blanket stitching my binding down. I have black in the bobbin, and I have this really pretty green in the upper. And I'm just going to go ahead and stitch this whole thing down. And you know what I'm thinking is, let me go ahead and I'm going to put on my open toe foot because I'm having a little trouble seeing. And I think this is going to help. There we go. Okay, gonna go ahead and swing it. And doesn't that just look beautiful? I don't know if you can see it, but I just love it. Here we go, and then we're going to finish up this edge. Whoops. Right, and I just need to finish up this last side. And here we are, right about where we started. And I'm gonna go ahead and cut. And we are done. Isn't that cute? So I blanket stitched the whole thing. You will see that on the back, but who cares? It's black. So, and it just looks decorative. So, here we go. See if I can lay it out and you can see the whole thing. Merry and bright. And here's the back. Isn't that so darn cute? Binding looks incredible. And I love it. Thanks for joining me.